Okay, let's do some practice before we start. I have a couple of things I need to check out quickly before I start. I don't think I'll be able to properly learn this. We'll see. I'd set up like a safe state practice. For this it would be so much better. Where's space jump? Oh, there. Okay, let's see. I need to watch the video quickly. It is somewhere here. Why is it not showing up here? We'll find it. There you go. Found it. Let's see. That. Stand on that. Somewhere in a wall. Okay. Okay. Doesn't seem that bad. It's just tough if you don't get it. You'll have to do the fight. I can give this a try in a run. Seems like you want to jump from that spot, then over there, then on a branch. 3 top jump, 2 top jumps. This one is not that bad. But that one is because it just feels so weird. And if you don't get it, you'll have to do the fight. Yeah. Another trick that is just one attempt. Ah, you bonked so easily there. Okay. Yeah, so something like that, yeah. If you don't get it, then you're screwed. Too bad. Okay. Ah, the bonk is kind of tough there. Okay. Let's do something else. Oh yeah, the freaking dash over here. I'll have to quickly practice early plasma beam too. Early ice beam I don't want to. Actually, I'm willing to lose some runs to it now. The enemy has to be going back and not be around the door. That's how this works. It's going back. Man, how are you supposed to do that? I might have to practice that dash somewhere else. I'm not gonna learn this now because it's gonna take a while. Also, this method is just annoying. We'll have to do it from this spot. It does work from my understanding. Is there a different rock somewhere? Oh, it is this rock. I can't get out of water. That's interesting. Well, anyway, let's continue. Oops. Where am I? Need to get to the gravity suit skip. I mean, I'm going this way. Might as well do this practice too. I'll use save states. Oh yeah, I should probably put on space jump boots. Huh. I did put a lot of practice to this, so I think I'm pretty good at this. Huh? Weird. I did it so effortlessly. No problem with that. Okay, but the grand thing I was coming for is this one. I also need to go to early plasma beam after this. Don't worry, I'll start runs in 15 to 20 minutes or so. Let's see. How am I doing with this? Last night when I was doing this, I was doing it quite well, I must say. I don't think the angle is like super precise, something like that still. Probably play chooser. What's up? Thanks for good luck. That should have been it. Okay, hold up. That was pretty close. I probably want to release my joystick. Yeah. Did I release my joystick there? I think I did. Let me try it again. Yeah, I do. I do release my joystick. Yeah, that makes it so much better for me. The angle is around that with the line, like DF said in a video. Then just go around this spot, I guess. Hold upright when you jump somewhere here. Then up left, and at the very peak of that jump, you morph. Yeah, it's releasing a joystick for me. That's working for me. I'm morphing too soon. Morph too soon. Yeah, it is releasing a joystick for me. Glad I have that figured out. Okay. When you jump on this, you transition to the next door room. Jump on this, which is pretty lenient. Then you jump over here and you click back in bounds. Very simple as that. Now I have to get all the way to the... I have to get all the way to the plasma beam next. And it's just that jump and that's it. The wall crawl for powerbomb expansion, I'll do that after Varia suit. I won't practice that because I know how to do it. Whatever. Wait, so hold up. Let me start this room. Whatever. I don't think I'll be doing anything like this anyway. Where's the next door? Ah, there. Then we go this way. All the way down. All the way down. Might as well practice this now when I'm here. Well, it's not that bad. It's probably the angle that helps me a lot there. So I see where I'm going. That's how fast it takes space and energy from you. Maybe shoot the door, thank you. Okay, early plasma beam, then we'll start runs. Pretty sure I have everything else figured out. Thermal visor is not necessary for this run, but it helps against the Metro Prime. Better to get it. That fight is pain in the ass otherwise. And I'll also lose like any time to collect it as well. Enemies here, good. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah. Gonna have this. A little bit later, press target. Nice. Need to just get that jump timing back. There you go. I'm morphing too early, too late. It's still too late. Okay, seriously though. Yeah, that was good. It's too far. Having some trouble with this right now. I can't get the jump, dude. Okay, now I pressed the target too early too. I need to press it when I'm jumping. If I can just get a jump too. Unmorphing too late. Nope. There you go. I just gotta get this a couple more times quickly. That was early jump, early unmorph. Otherwise I had it. A bit too early again. Again a bit too early, but that's the timing. I just need to do it a bit later. No, I think I wasn't close enough. That would have been good. There we go. Nice. I thought I was too far from that. Ah, close. Would have been twice in a row. About that. Ah, if I got the target, that would have been it. Late. Almost. Almost. This thing doesn't move until... yeah, whatever. I'm here now. Okay. System update. Sure. In before, everything is patched. I would honestly wouldn't be too worried about patches. It was a very quick patch too. Yeah, it wasn't even for this game. It's all fine. Thank you, Get Gulped, for 30 months. Welcome back. How are you? Alright, let's do some runs. I learned 2 new things. Morph Ball with the beetle skip. Extras. No, I need to go to options. Oops. My space jump time 2109 is actually really good. With what I do right now. Play hardback on. Alright, let's do runs in 3, 2, 1, go. What's the question? I think sub 20 minutes space jump boots will be the next goal with all the skips at the start. Do I think that this game is among the best? Among the best of like what? Everything that is in the world, or... Yeah, it is very solid. I put it to my top 5 favorite games of all time, no matter what. Games, yeah, definitely. Sure, it has its issues here and there. Then Prime 2 fixes that, but then Prime 2 does a couple things differently than Prime 1 did. Like the areas, atmosphere. For me, it's in the top 5 favorite games of all time. If I gotta be honest, top 3 even. Get up there, Samus. I use dual stick controls or with original or with the gyro controls. I use pointer with Joy-Cons. Feels natural to me. Thanks for the good luck. Are you kidding me? I'm not doing the challenge now. I can just run. Roll. Thank you so much, GetCopt, for 20 gifted subs. That is so generous of you. Like, how? Why? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you got a gifted sub from GetCopt, don't forget to say thank you. If you got lucky. Lots of people Might have got a gift sub that are all out in my streams. Just got your bonus from work and I'm your favorite streamers. Aw, thanks. It's awesome. And I'm the thing that you rather spend your bonus money on. Am I correct? Dodged. Alright, someone give them a sub quickly. So they didn't dodge. I see. That is so generous of you. Thank you so much again. 20 is a lot. You would rather share? I see. Okay. I was thinking of playing randomizer later, chat after runs. Or doing a challenge attempt that I did yesterday. That's a fast fight. Yeah, if you missile or shoot its parasite queen's mouth, that's the weak point. You deal more damage. That's how you beat that fight fast. My Joy-Con! Are you kidding me? Now it's not a good time. Why it just randomly disconnects? I don't understand that. That better not happen when I'm doing tricks. It can't even be a battery life because I did play without any issues just earlier. Yeah, no fun Joy-Cons. People never trust Joy-Cons. I have to because it's just a better controller for me right now to use. I don't wanna try to learn dual stick anymore, honestly. If I played with a dual stick right away, then I will definitely keep playing with that. Okay. I'll lose time, but it's fine. This run has like just so much time saved because of gravity suit skill alone. Oh, it doesn't matter because I saved a lot of time still. Almost nice. Summers malfunction. How am I doing? Doing good. I was doing some housework earlier. I'll be doing it later this evening, depending if I have to. I did a YouTube short. I was watching some YouTube videos. Then that's kinda it. I'm thinking of if I have some time later today, I wanna watch one of the episodes for The Last of Us. I missed a couple of them right now. I've seen 3 episodes right now, I think, or 4. I'm not too sure, but no spoilers, please. I've not even played the game, so avoid spoilers for that too, just in case. It's a game I really want to play still. No spoilerinos, please. I have the game actually, remastered on PlayStation 4. Oh, it's coming to PC next month. The part 1. Shuppa. Sounds like your normal day. Yep. Part 1. Yeah, the one that was on PlayStation 5. Ooh. Well, I'll see if I buy that one. I don't know. I think remastered might be enough for me. We'll see. I got it for like 20 euros or something when I bought it. I was like, yeah, why not just buy it? Seems cheap. Are you kidding me? I was too late because it didn't target that. It's dumb. I'm not gonna restart though. First platform PC. It only exists in a different universe. Kinda bad. They need to remaster it first for PlayStation 5. Yeah, they seem to like remastering so much. Oh, you mean the... you mean the Bloodborne first to remaster? Yeah. Why not just remake it at this point? Or make a Bloodborne cart? Or... Bloodborne cart. We were playing some lottery there. Let's see, can I do this skip or not? Was the learning good or not? Wasn't good. Ah, that's the hardest part, I would say. That jump alone. One missile left after this. I need more missiles. Never played a lot of PlayStation or Xbox. Xbox is one of the consoles I have never really played much. My brother owns Xbox. He'd rather plays on that more than the Nintendo or PlayStation. There's my missiles. Perfect. I remember playing Call of Duty on Xbox. On console, yeah, somehow I can play an FPS game, but I was like just for fun. Then many years later, I'm just seeing the same Call of Duty type of games just being re-released, and re-released after re-releasing, and after releasing, release them and re-release even more. Why? I ask why, chat. It's the same game remade 5 times, 10 times within 10 years. Yeah, it's the same game over and over again. So I'm asking why people play those games still. Remake. I think the best questions I get once in a while is, why do you speedrun? It's the same game over and over again. When literally you can ask it for yourself. You're playing some games again and again too. You see what I'm saying? God damn it, how did that jump down? Thinking of new things is hard, yeah. God damn it. Well, at least this is a... Why the hell are you not getting up there? Thank you. People know what they like. They just want familiarity with small changes or new content to chew to. Yeah. Hard to make new things. Reset. Yeah, I know. I'll reset when the run sucks even more. Why did I buy Metroid Prime Remastered? Because I love this game and I wanna play it. Thanks for the good luck, JRP. Nice health. My health is so gone. Yeah, remasters are for people who've never played these games. For me, it's bonus. I didn't open the door somehow. Why do I miss the missile? Guess I gotta grab that when I get back. One more, please. Thanks for the good luck, Churro. It's a bonus if people who got the original buy the new version. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, you just play whatever you're comfortable with. This game is just wonderful. It is. I forgot to get a missile on way to charge beam. I'm gonna go get that. Nintendo just does a good job on the remasters too. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I like how Samus does shoot bullets first when you want to charge. It has its uses in speedruns, yeah. Well, Skyward Sword HD remake was just age upgraded graphics. Get coped and different control scheme. You can't do early wild. One bomb error rule is in this game. Same with Twilight Princess and the Wind Waker. But Wind Waker got some new content. Fine, I'm gonna go get this then. I wanted to get the other one. That was just easier to get to. Also, I've been forgetting to get that missile underneath behind the ship. That's a really easy and good one to get missiles. Need to get that. My gold has a first try, by the way. The bomb jump to space jump. Will be hard to beat that split. This remaster is upgraded graphics, but environment and everything is just changed. Like, they improved so many things. They made a new animation for Samus when she runs to the after Metroid Prime. Then there's new animation when the pirate shows up in a control tower in Ventrana Drifts after Super Missiles. And so much more stuff. Like, they reworked. It's kind of like they reworked the whole game. Hey, Pact. Thanks for the good luck. This feels more than just a remaster. It's like a remake remaster. Same game still. Like, everything is still the same. Just really, really well polished. It's insane. kidding me? Why? 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 Yeah, it's a tough skip. Thanks for good luck, Tultoons. Okay, I'll do Ice Beam, early Ice Beam without saving. I won't save now. If the run dies, then it dies. I'm too far behind, I don't wanna spend my time doing skip for too many times. Even though it will be good practice, but whatever. If this is what they did for the remaster, then Prime 4 will most likely be amazing. Yeah, it should be even better than what we're seeing right now, but we'll see. We know nothing about the game still. Other than it's still in works. Hopefully, Copium. They'll keep it 60 FPS. That's what Retro does with their games. Everything is 60 FPS for them. No need to worry about that. I'm expecting to die very soon, chat. We'll see how this will go. Ah, I didn't get to the right spot. If I didn't lose that much time in space jump, I would have saved before attempting that. Thanks for the good luck, Keanu. What's the world record for this? The time you see in a splits. That's the current world record. Unless someone has better time, but I still should have. I should have the world record still. It's very, very, very beatable still. And I'm talking about like more than 10 minutes faster with optimizations and such. Thanks for the good luck, Shy Guy. I had to work on a YouTube video from the yesterday's stream when I was doing Permadeath attempts, low percent hard mode. It's fun. Good. Seeing the runs is making you want to try some casual ones. Yeah, you can easily run this game on your own without any speedrun tricks.
Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately.
Really? It hit the wall. All of the shots. So stupid. I see Uchiha. Yeah, it's 60 FPS on a GameCube too. How people don't realize that actually? Did you actually thought it's 30 FPS? On a 30 FPS it's just the credits and the title screen. Yeah, Retro is a wizard. They do some black magic with their games and they make them amazing. Yeah, Uchida. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Peppermint Jesus. That is so funny though. Yeah, for sure. If people are letting them to work on their games properly and not just rush. F-Zero won't make people lose their mind, that's for sure. Yeah, they made a F-Zero run on 60 FPS on N64 somehow. Yeah, Breath of the Wild runs so much better than Pokemon, but Pokemon's issue might have been just, I don't know, maybe Game Freak not being able to properly make it to do that. Don't know. Yeah, Fear Steady, that's true. Really make them work on the game properly for years before releasing it half-made, like Pokemon. But I mean, Pokemon is a huge franchise. People will buy those games no matter what. People love Pokemon. Yeah, Shy Kai. True. was a tweet that I saw of, and read in the morning, thinking that Tears of the Kingdom really deserves more than the current Switch hard drive. And I couldn't agree more. Switch hard drive is outdated by today's standards. There's already PlayStation 5 and Xbox, whatever the new console Xbox is called. XS, I think, or something like that. And also I have like much modern CPU graphics for graphics and everything. Then Switch is still using the old hardware, but they haven't released any new updated Switch versions at all. They've gone with that still. So a new console won't make sense to make for a Switch Nintendo, but I think they're waiting for a little while before they make that, to make it even better. Don't know. Ah, damn it. I almost got it. Where are you? There you are. Yeah, Shy Guy. Or make a new console so you can transfer all of the data from Nintendo Switch to the new console. That would be perfect. That would be perfect, honestly. Transferring data and the games that you own on Switch, that would be a power play for Nintendo, honestly. It will make so much sense that you can get all the games that you bought from eShop through Nintendo Switch to be on a new Nintendo console, and then it's more powerful. Even if it wouldn't be able to run at the full specs for some of the games that are on Switch, it still will perform them as at the best quality as possible. May not run 60 FPS Breath of the Wild, but that's not really the point. It just needs to run the games properly on the new console. But yeah, that's just you know, opium hopping. And a new console you will buy it for $100 anyway, so I don't think people are that willing to buy a new console at this point. Though, keep in mind, Nintendo Switch is 6 years old. It's a 6 years old console. Yeah, Switch is a great console. It's sold really well. Yeah, in present they might not do that, but depends. Switch 2, they shouldn't call the next console as a Switch 2. Switch 36. Switch U. The Super Switch. I don't know. Yeah, Wii U selling so much less than a Wii was just a disaster. They didn't market it properly. It was really the bad marketing and calling it a Wii U that really flopped that console so hard. But that console still has some banger games that are, most of them are on Switch now. Ported on Switch. But they learned from that. Wii U had great games. I still have the console, but I try to not use it much. Nintendo didn't realize how long it takes to make HD games. Yeah. Hello Jules, what's up? Doing good. Doing some Prime speedruns. Yeah, Uchiha. They put so much effort into Switch. I really love how Switch has this option. You can play inside your house, but if you wanna take it outside with you, boom, just take it. That's something that Sony and Microsoft haven't done with their consoles at all. They have their own consoles for it. Well, Microsoft not. Sony has PSP, but you see the point. Turning a console into a portable game, just taking it outside with you, just a power play, honestly. Of course, it's weird when there's a Switch that is like you can't even take it with you. You can't even play it on a home. It's only you can take it only outside. That one I wouldn't even care about having for myself because I just don't. I barely play much out. I barely play that much outside. To be fair, it's like once in a year type of thing to me. Sony abandoned handhelds. Yeah, handhelds are kinda depends. Some people like it. Some I personally don't care that much. Switch, you can just wish Switch was stronger. Yeah, it really needs to be a stronger console. Yeah, any console will show its age at some point, eventually. Specs are getting better and better every year. Like, there's gonna be a 50 series of GeForce soon for Nvidia. Now it's 40 something. Hello, Luigi's Mansion, what's up? Seriously? Ah, come on. Oh, come on, that was perfect. Kidding me? Okay. Not that bad, I must say. Oh, I see what you mentioned. PlayStation 3 had a really weird hardware chip, wasn't it? That's why you that's why PlayStation 4 doesn't have any PlayStation 3 games. Wouldn't be compatible, right? It had a strong CPU, but it was complex as hell. Yeah. I didn't catch everything you were discussing, chat. Okay. I'll make a save for Ice Beam, and I'll see if I can get it between 3 tries. Really get copped? I didn't know that. Interesting. You kidding me? Oh, didn't fail it at least. Come on, I slipped there. Any mistake is just annoying when I start that full crawl. And now I slipped through that. Awesome. Great. What a great trick, man. And this is why I save, because I want to keep it dry. So is it still possible, because of the pillars, stuff had collision on top of it still? Because they didn't, like everything, you can go through the wall, and ceilings, but they didn't put it on everything. So when there's pillars and such, you can just stand on that still, and doors are obviously solid too, you can stand on them. Freaking nose is itching. Did I really fall through that? Are you kidding me? So annoying, man. I didn't fall through that, I just slide off from the wrong side.
Chozo ruins.
I really want to just finish a run with the new route. I just don't want to get some new splits to run against. Even if I don't beat my time. And it's good practice. It's just basically this trick that I don't like in this new route the most. And I fell off. Just gonna make sure I go with that kind of angle. I don't have to rush that part. Okay, I'll go with this. It's good practice, like I said. Hey. Really see I mastered the trick. Died a few times, but how do you feel about IPPF run positional wise? Positional wise. I think it's good. I don't like it being too late, honestly. I'm gonna test something here. If I run this way. Do I trigger that still? Okay, yeah, it does trigger it. Yeah, of course, because you got a door. Heart-long tricks late in the runs always suck. Yes, if this was any later, I wouldn't like it. But right now it's good. It's in a good spot. I'm actually gonna go to get this E-tank over here. This is literally right here. How do you feel about remastered doors compared to the original? I like the original, honestly, more. It does fit to the current game's look, but I can agree that it would have been better with the original look. I like the original. I've seen a comparison, and I know Zoid Church, who was working on those doors for months, was actually disappointed that they changed the doors. Get in there. It's so freaking dark in those rooms. I don't like it. Random ghost shooting at the door next to the camera. Yeah. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion those doors are pretty solid. What am I doing? I'm not playing a hard mode challenge now. Really big brain fart. Yeah, too fast to remember what to do. Really? Hell, man. I've always seen the skeleton in on Vlakra's face. And the eyes. Now it's just way more detailed. Now you can see the difference. Yeah, the skeleton is the mouth. I've always knew that. What am I doing, man? Like freaking casuals, freaking strats, man. Alright, time to go to McMoor, get the power bomb expansion, then we do the whip beam. And I hope I don't die for power bomb expansion, actually. I'm not gonna save in between, because screw that. I'll take the time loss like a man. And reset, actually. Only lost 40 seconds. Those red circles, like, do you know what the bug looks like? Some bugs, or like a fly. Imagine it like that. That's how I've imagined Flacra. Those bug eyes, you know. It has eyes both ways. Then the mouth is the skeleton. Yeah, I'm playing with the motion controls. Oh yeah, the basic ads playing during a cutscene or something, Mayo. We love ads. Yeah, Twitch's timing on those ads. Still rather annoying, but yeah. Oh yeah, forgot the strats. What? That was weird. Too early. Too early. Come on, that had a chance. No, losing all my health now too. Dude. I have to go get the E-tank on way to Ventrana next. Get me back on... There we go. I have to go do it after this. What a dumb trick. No missiles. No health, I mean. Well, that one I will survive. There was a message I couldn't see. Because I'm too focused on a run right now. How do you shoot fast with rockets? You press the missile button, then you press the shoot button. It's a kind of a question that I would assume that it is very self-explanatory, but I made a video about that still. That is coming out soon. People keep asking that in the YouTube comments, that how do you shoot missiles fast when it's the same way, almost the same way you do in a original. Dude. You hold C up to do it optimally, yeah. But in this game it doesn't. In this remaster it doesn't work the same way. You gotta press this missile button, then press the shoot button. Which in my case it's X to A. And I do that all the time. Back to back. Well, nice. I soft locked the game. What a dumb trick, man. That's not how you do that. What does the trick do? You gotta bounce and grab the power bomb expansion. And you can use power bombs much earlier than you're supposed to. I hope I can just get a run past that. I really wanna do gravity suit skip. I like that Morph Ball was later in a thread. Just made it refreshing to have something else coming up earlier as upgrades. Power bombs were left out in a corruption. Might be the only... Is that the only Metroid game where power bombs don't exist? Besides Metroid 1 and 2, maybe? Dread gave us some new items. Some of the new items. Flash shift was pretty fun to use. Hunters didn't have power bombs. I'd never played Hunters, so I don't know. Dude, why are you unmorphing that way? Super missiles weren't in Prime 3? Yeah. Hyper missiles are not supers, no. It's similar, but not exactly the same. Thanks for the good luck, Ahmad. There were some things locked in a Pirate Homeworld, THK, like some parts with the Hyper Missile. Other than that, I can't think of anything else.
Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately.
Nothing in Valhalla? No, I don't think so. Speaking of Prime 3, I could have played it again. It's a solid game, it's just it's definitely weaker than Prime 2 and 1, honestly, but still a nice game. I like it. Though when it comes to the whole trilogy, Prime 1 is hands down my favorite. Though Prime 2 has better bosses, which I do like. Valhalla didn't have any stuff that was hyper beam locked. At least I can't think of anything. Which game has the best beams? Probably Prime. I don't know. What do you think about well, Annihilator is just really powerful. It's just like Prime's plasma beam. And if you don't count Hyper Beam as a beam upgrade, then Hyper Beam is hands down the best in a whole trilogy. Freaking melts everything. It's absurd how strong it is. Yeah, hyper mode is fun, and it's also broken. Annihilator is plasma with lock on, so it wins. Yeah, Annihilator is actually better than plasma in that case. There's so many things I like about Prime 3, but Prime 1 and 2 are just better overall as the games to play and so forth. I think there were just a couple of things that I didn't like in Prime 3, but still it's not a bad game, as I've stated many times. Can't really play Prime 2 normally, to be honest, only randos. Yeah, randos are fun though. Makes sense since some of the key developers that worked on 1 and 2 had left when 3 was being made. Yeah, that might be the case. Some programmer who was working on Prime 2 and 3 joined in after Prime 1 or something. Like there has been those interviews and so forth about the development of Prime 2, Prime Trilogy games. I did watch those videos from Did You Know Gaming. Some interesting stuff were any plans for trying implementing Hive Mecha Skip, by the way? I tried it and I'm like, do I want to bother with this? But Beetle Skip I learned. I need to learn that though, THK. I need to get better at getting those stuff. Yeah, that's the missile launcher. Beetle Skip is Morph Ball. There's two... Is there only one way or 2 ways that works in a remastered? I know in a Wii version got one method. I tried that and I didn't get it to work. But the other method, I saw the video and it looks very doable. We'll see when I can implement that to my runs. I wanna try to learn it though. Does the slope jump not work in remaster? That's what I was wondering. Does it not work? I couldn't get any height to get out of the water. So I don't know, does it work? It would save like a minute to do that. If I knew how to do it, I would just always attempt that. And if it didn't work, I'll just continue around for practice. Besides, I don't even have that good time right now, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Uchida. The whole crew for Retro Studios is pretty new. No, those doors can't be a mistake. I think it was mostly made because of the color blindness. That's one reason. And the other reason might be that it fits the current art style. Don't know. But I agree, they kinda looked weird. I already fucked it up. Come on, man. Yeah, there is colorblind mode for this game. I think many people forget it because majority of the world are not colorblind. Hey Dan Salvato, what's up? Doors are absolutely intentional. They appear in an environment concept art in the extras section. Yeah, I definitely think it's intentional. And one thing I think they did that was because of color blindness mode. I saw your tweet earlier this morning, Dan, and I kinda agree that it's the open world Zelda game deserves more of a better hardware from Nintendo, but then what you can do about that, really? The doors are also easier to see on a small portable screen like Switch. Yep. You can actually see them. If they weren't colored the same way, like in the original, it would be really hard to see it in an environment. Why people tend to look at the small details? Because people love to complain about anything. I don't know. So in that case, I understand why he was upset, because he worked on those doors for months to get them right. Okay, DHK. We'll remember that for the next time. I have no missiles. That's fine. Just gotta hope I get missiles here. Easy. Yeah, so it's mood I can understand, because he worked on those doors. I will be upset too if some of my work like that was get rid of, you know. This is fine. Missiles killing me. The parser boost trick still a thing in a remastered? If it was, I will be doing it a lot. No, it's not. That's scan dashing has been patched since Player's Choice version 20 years ago. Does the fight start sooner if I skip the cutscene? Oh, it does! Oh, gotta keep that in mind. Don't wanna wait for the cutscene. It is Recaret and Salvato. You needed to get to the artifact of Wild that requires super missiles and charge beam. That is the only reason you need super missiles in a whole game, whole playthrough. Oh, good fight. I find it fine, Luigi. It's more DPS during fights like Metro Prime. Yeah, Uchida. Just not the case in this game, though. Oh, come on. Get up there. Hello, Moosey, what's up? Yeah, missiles felt so useless. Like any upgrade you just get in that game felt so useless because just put on hyper mode and kill everything. That was the game. That was the nature of corruption game. No charge combos, yeah. Might have been because when you upgrade your beam from power beam to plasma beam, it overbrights the power beam and you don't get it back anymore. Then Nova beam comes after that. Dude, fine. Can't do that jump. Has there been a lot of changes to the OG version of speedrunning? Like a lot. A lot of things have changed. Pretty much two different games. Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. Even Wii version is its own game. Though no scan dashing. That's kinda it. And some things are patched still, but it has a unique route compared to the original. That was so close. That was close too. Kidding me? Okay. No, that's not a new skip at all. That works on Wii version. Yeah, Dan Salvato. That would be a good change. You would have to think that when do you use your E-Tank, and then when you use a E-Tank, you lose that whole E-Tank. And even if you use it for like a 1 second or one shot, you still lose your whole E-Tank. That would have been like a high risk, high reward type of thing. That are you willing to lose your E-Tank now to deal massive damage or not? So yeah, lowering your HP every time, and you can get it back when you go to the save point. That would have been good change, hey? Wow.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Thank you, Shulk. God damn it, dude. Why that ledge is not standable? Like, literally in between the door and the rock, there's more spots to land on. Like, come on, man. Seriously? That was so good. And I did all the hard jumps. All the hard jumps were done.
Chozo ruins.
Thank you, Lord, for the 2 months. Welcome back. Huh? Come on, man. Dirt ride, DHK.
Puso ruins.
Hmm? Hmm? Okay, I'll take it though. Yeah, I didn't even lose that much time. I saved time. Damn. That's the power of third try, was it? Let's go. I actually don't know about those wall crawls at all, done. The only ones I know are just this one, Rygate, Wave and Sun from the original, and what is that one? Triclops one that we do in this run. Skip looks really hard. It is because no ether to stand on, making it really scary. Will you go out of bounds in control tower in run? I don't know. That's a good question. Control tower. Yeah, well, like, I don't know. Might be because no missiles, maybe. Don't know. Okay, I'm gonna make a save before for attempting Power Bomb expansion. I wanna finish this run. It's not the greatest run, but I just want to have something to, you know, something to compare against. Okay. I was struggling in that hype in a Hall of the Elder room a little bit when doing the ice beam, early ice beam. There was something about just not being able to land on that platform that I wanted to get on. Okay, don't forget, we are on we are on a speed run, not a challenge run. All these terminology people don't know. Yeah, it's SJF is space jump first. We could call it SJE even. Space jump early. That would even be a better name actually. Also, it's space jump boots for this game. How do you do PAL version of that? You use an enemy from going to the artifact temple and stash the rock. Even a harder method is possible, but that's not like that is not beginner friendly at all. Then. Yeah, the beetle stash is so much harder. You have to like slide off from the wall with it. It's so weird. R jump from the ship of the ledge to the ledge. That one I don't know actually. Interesting. No, it's not inconsistent. You just have to avoid targeting the door. You have to avoid having the combat dash touch the door frame when you move out of the door. Yeah, just don't when you move the camera with you and you have the target, don't try to avoid looking at the door with a lock on. That way you can avoid that getting broken. Back in 2002, yeah, like the information out then was just really scattered. I love speedruns, chat. Speedrunning is fun. Alright, I'm gonna continue this run no matter what. I really wanna finish the run. Then I'll see what I'll do after that. Don't think I'll do another run though. Quick SMS run. I haven't played SMS for like, I don't even know, 2 months, a year. That my time with Sunshine is over. Something really weird has to make me come back to grind that game. ROM hacks won't make me play that, but doing speedruns, yeah. I have so much more fun than doing other games. And Sunshine is not like a type of game that is in people's mind when it comes to speedruns. It's always SM64 when you think about Mario speedruns. SMS is Super Mario Sunshine. The game that I speedrun for so many years at one point, and I was like the GOAT in that game. The best. Hey, I used to be good at some video game. Wow. Yeah, done. It has its it had its time. Now it's just forgotten. Really, other games are just enough spotlight. I didn't get any health from that. Kidding me? Okay. Here we go, chat. Woo! You cannot be kidding me. Serious with that. Wow. First try. I can't believe it. Save wasn't necessary at all, but you never know what will happen with there. That was so fast. That is unreal. Wow. Yeah, the save wasn't necessary at all. How many tries does that usually take? Like, it could easily go to like 20 attempts. It's not consistent strat at all.
No! No!
Those sounds are great. They're awesome, aren't they? Need to add more of them. The timing from Lorch and Nereides doing this foe was really good. Back to back. Oh, that's like pretty much really tough stuff done already. I still have some hard stuff, but now we can chill for a while. I can't believe it. I got it first try. There's no way. There's no way, dude. Yeah, thermal core is coming up next. Early plasma beam. What about Metroid Prime low health warning sound? Sure, maybe. There's definitely a lot of those kind of sound effects I need to add. we can chill in Ventrana. I see what you did there. Got him. Very good. You know, power bomb she got. I want to save it. I actually want to save it for early plasma beam. I don't know where you're gonna get a power bomb if I don't save it for that. But yes, I could power bomb it actually. That won't one-shot it. Yeah, they're not easy to find. It will help against Stardust too, but like I said, I need it for early plasma beam. If I go up there, then I don't realize that. That was just a waste of time. And fighting that is a pain in the ass too. I'm stuck. Well, if I open the path to the evasion mines, then yes, but I need a power bomb to go to the evasion mines from that back door, you know. That enemy doesn't drop it from that side, the other side of the rock. It's in the other side of the rock. Basically, if I want to go to evasion mines, I need to use a power bomb to get there. And on the other side, there's 2 of these enemies. One of those enemies will drop a power bomb. And the enemy on the other side won't drop a power bomb. So yeah, it's a rather well power bomb you can find from Ventrana, the control tower. That room should drop you a power bomb. So yeah, I would have technically used a power bomb against She-God actually. When I think about it, but I didn't think of. But I didn't. I forgot I can use it. Now it's just chilling a while before we do some more hard stuff, chat. Interesting. Defeat enemies to unlock doors. Indeed. Okay, those missile expansions that on the way after Ice Beam, and Space Jump Boots are really good. And extra missiles to use. Drink water. I don't have a. I need a cutscene so I can skip a. I can drink water. Okay. I know Power Beam is more powerful than Charge Beam. I know Power Beam is more strong than Wave Beam when fully charged. But the regular shot for Wave Beam is stronger. Then Plasma Beam literally melts like everything. Though Ice Beam has damage plus against some enemies. Like, obviously, Metroid. Oh, nice. I'm safe for the next run. I would have thought a single jump makes that, but nope. Guess not. I have to head back to the other room. Because of those that goddamn thing. This should read. Get them spawn back. I need that freaking artifact now. Please target that enemy. Thank you. Now we can go. Oh. It's not. Just don't break these. I should have paid that more attention when doing this. Lost like a minute to that easily. Yeah, don't go nearby the tower when you do this. I had that happen in one of my runs too. Or was it in a practice, but I had it happen and I learned that I don't want to be nearby that tower. Why that? Nice Luigi's Mansion. I heard that they made there's an add-on Twitch in this game. It's great. That one I actually knew done. Some little things about Metro Prime. Oh yeah, it was fixed for the remastered. I feel like that must have been a bug what they did with Metro Prime originally. Huge Stardust fight. Yeah, it was good. I do like having 20 missiles. Really good to have 20 missiles for a fight like this. Clank. Yep. Nice. This is such an interesting route, I must say. Are we still not implementing GTC yet? No, I'll do gravity suit skip. Saving just in case I drop down after plasma beam. Getting the trick. It's really nice to have it. Have the save point like that. That should have been a save point I used in my run, but I didn't. Forgot about that existing. Oh, that's too far, okay. Yep. And the reason I saved is because of that platform. When you raise it up, you can't make that anymore, that jump. That was relatively fast done, actually, I must say. There we go. Early plasma beam. Nice. I felt that was a bit early jump, but it worked out. Remake is not more broken than the original. It's less broken. Yeah, original is way more broken. And it will be more broken ever than this. Any new tricks in this? I'll be doing a gravity suit skip. I think someone asked me, can I get stuck in between that branch? I think I tried it and I couldn't get, but I didn't give that much try for it, just a couple attempts. How are you able to target that enemy that is out of bounds? Interesting. Weird. Yeah, that lock-on was weird. Wonder if 2 trip mines would be faster in Remaster. Why though? What for? I never have routed the Metro Prime game other than Metro Dread. So I don't know if the veterans of Metro Prime series knows more than I do. I use pointer control sim Nightclub. Hey, what's up? Oh man, just killing them all in so fast. That was a good fight. Really good fight. Fastest I've ever done. Yeah, for sure. What should I do about X-ray? Should I go save after that or not? For each for the attempt? Because if I fuck up the out of bounds, I'll just die. I don't have a backup for it. More saves, more time save for the next run. Yeah, let's do it. I'll save after I get X-ray. Yeah, right now it's too risky and I haven't done it in a run, so good option is to save now. When I come back. Don't have a power bomb now, but I'll get people to get one on my way to X-ray. And I have to get X-ray, artifact, and the bomb jump back, so it's fine. Time save while grapple beam should be really good. We'll see that. No save. No, I'm gonna be a baby. Gonna be a baby this time. Fine. Can't get to it. Don't need power bomb on my way to... Well, I will be able to get one. No, you don't need power bomb for mines. You'll get them from main power bombs. How about first try? Hey, first try. Alright, I'll go safe. It's not like the hardest trick in a run, what I'll be doing, but if you've messed up the out of bounds, you'll die. There's just nothing to stand on. You have to get those jumps first try. Landing on a door is the hardest part. Then after that, it's very simple. So it's smart to save now. Time save for the next run, like Dan said. Home space jump meta is not in Remastered. Yeah, there's a couple of ones that that just really works. There are 2 people missing from the credits roll. Really? Alright, here we go. Almost. Almost. Damn it. Okay. Where am I? Alright, done. That was it. That's gravity should skip. Not so bad. That was fast. We can no longer go over the gate. No, there's invisible wall. It was possible on a Japanese Wii. Well, this is not a Japanese Wii. Like it's been said, it's more patched than the other versions. Pretty good. What? I'm excited for the time save, chat. Sub 2, let's go. Yeah, should be a very good sub 2 hours pace right now. Up, 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 up. Don't drop down. I actually haven't any idea. Can you do this through any faster? But hey, time save for the next run. Can't just always be the best at these games, you know? It's more fun to get better at the game and add new tricks here and there while playing the game. I think it's more fun. I noticed for that kind of jump, I should hold. I should mash the jump button. So yeah, that's the kind of a time save you get from doing gravity suit skip. Of course, not the most optimal. I think it's more than 4 minutes you save from doing a gravity suit skip. Well, plus that, and I skipped the stuff in Ventrana, so yeah, I think it's 45 minutes time save. Green time, yeah. Okay, now the rest of the run is just I beat everything. I'll be losing some time in a late game because I need to get the artifact of strength still. Didn't count those. Hey. Dude. Dude. I want some missiles back somewhere. What kind of maze we are gonna get today? We can avoid one corner. That's good. Kinda long. Oh well. Oh, I didn't even... I didn't even see that one. There was an open path and I didn't notice that. Oops. Those always held. All of those. Need some health, man. Yeah, kinda like 6 seconds, but whatever. I was not gonna beat my cold anyway with that mace. Are there any blocks here I can destroy for missiles? Oh, I need a lot of missiles. I don't think so. Well, the upper platform has... Dude, I got pushed by it. I think it was in Remastered when I learned that, oh, there's actually a window here. We can see the impact crater. And it always made sense this is a lower mines we're going to. Didn't drop anything, of course. I don't think that ever drops anything for us. You kidding me? Freaking die already, please. My missile count is the problem. Yep, very bad problem. Hey Vic, thanks for the good luck. This room is really bad now. But I mostly take my time because I don't have missiles. I need missiles, man. Really need to find a... I should probably use those crates after beating an elite pirate to refill my missile count. Not all of these drops missiles. But when it drops, it's good. Okay, that's more than enough. What a bad lower mine so far. There's a refill station that I have to go to. But yeah, there is one. Don't know is that a good option, honestly. It was in a some Metroid cave that I just went past. Yeah, that's more than enough I need for this fight. Let's see, will I be able to do this strat? There's nothing hard about this boss fight. This boss fight is pretty simple. How am I not losing time yet? Wow, I'm not losing time yet. Guess I played this fine, this segment, even though I was messing around to try to get missiles. There you go. I'm losing time. Oh yeah, Omega Pirate Fight is very, very fast. As you can see. And the power bomb to take off the armor is so good. Hey, nice, we got a gravity suit. Huge gravity suit upgrade, indeed. Stop pushing me. need it right now. Camera, please. Camera, where are you going? Eh. How did the cutscene only show the gravity suit? Because I didn't pick it up. But I still have the gravity. But I still have a Phazon suit, as you can see. They're the separate items, item upgrades. Do you have the bonus from gravity suit now? No. There are separate upgrades. When I go to the water with Phazon suit, I still can't move faster. See a hey Vision Metroid. Bye Vision Metroid. What? Oh yeah. I forgot. Seems like I need a power bomb actually. Yeah, I need a power bomb. Actually, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it matters. I need one power bomb for Ventrana. Then I don't need to worry about them. How did I miss the door? Okay, so I do need a power bomb to get to the Ventranas. Well, I would rather have two because I want to make sure that I have like a faster way to get out of the strength room, artifact of strength. But did it show how high the artifact there? I don't know, maybe the Phazon Elite just ate that. What if it wasn't a show so that hide it there and it was a pirate? They found them, then they closed the... Ooh. No, I was hoping for a power bomb. I really need a power bomb. Well, this room sucks ass, I must say. Where's the Metroid? Here we go. Freaking enemy just dropped me somehow. I don't even know what happened there. Yes, you. Okay. Alright. Nice. Got one power bomb. That's fine. Oh yeah, I haven't opened this. Yeah, but Spiky Boy gives a power bomb, but I still want to have a one more, so I can have a faster way to get out of the Artifact of Strength room. But the important one is definitely the Artifact more than the faster way to get out of the Strength room. Oh yeah. Yeah, that power bomb drop from the enemy that I just did, that is a guaranteed drop. It will always drop a power bomb for you. There's no other drops it gives you. Which is really good that it's a guaranteed one. It's only one of those enemies. That last one that it drops. That's the only one that is the only enemy it drops there. Freaking hell. Oh yeah, I was about to say this cutscene is gonna play too, so there's some time loss coming up too. Sub 2 hours this run. It will be close, I must say. We'll see how it will go. I was thinking that I didn't see this cutscene at all. I believe it was gonna show up. I'll split on strength so I remember. Don't want to forget that. No power bomb, so no shortcut to get the power bomb expansion. Oh wait, I already got it. Eh. If I had the power bomb, I would be taking a shortcut there. But now when I don't have it, I can't go that way. Ice Spreader wouldn't even help in a final boss fight. It actually... I don't think it will even save that much time. Good thing I don't have a power bomb. No, let's just go beat the game. As you can see, I don't have a gravity suit, even though I collected base on suit, giving its own effects. Okay. No, it doesn't overlap them. So I saw some strats against Ridley. There's strats with the ice beam in a ground phase. I'll be trying that. I got the missiles. No, I got them all. Wait. That hit. Nice. I want to try to avoid it to fly around twice. That hit too? Nice. Oh, it flied again? Oh. Okay, 2 flies. Should come to the ground next. That hit, nice. Should have used a super missile. Oh well, next time. Nice, I got those hits. More flying? Are you kidding me? Stop flying. Huh. It's unlucky, man. Nice hit. I'm getting those hits, man. Yeah, what an ass. Good, I got those hits. Okay. 3 times flying, but it's fine. 2 will be optimal, but I don't know. Okay, nice beam. Nice. Okay, I'm losing some time. It's still a solid fight overall. Sub 2 hours pace. Right now, at least. Yeah, Ice Beam is stronger than Plasma against Ridley in Wii version and Remastered. On the original, you will just spam missiles. They're far more powerful, stronger, far more better damage. But they're not stronger when you do a single hit, but they're multiple hits fast, and it's a lot of damage. Impact crater. What's my health? Oh, my health is good. No worries with that. Perfect. Didn't hit the door. I was able to jump there with the vision method, so I knew that what I had to do there. Man, I can't get over how solid that animation is. I swear, it's so good. Thank you, Megatron Scooch, for the Prime Gaming sub. Any primers in a chat for Metroid Prime? Yeah, it is so good, novel. But look, it's just... When you look at the original, it looks so janky, but this one is like, yes! Get the hit there, that's fine. Saving my supers. Go. I'm hoping for plasma next. Run is looking good. Oh yeah, sub 2 hours base. You could argue it is her suit's weight. Yeah. Solid. Solid. That means that skipped a cycle. Nice. That was a fast attack. I didn't even notice it that did that. Good. Super missiles coming in handy. No missiles. Or do I have missiles? Yeah. Okay, save those. Team. I'm hoping for a super or plasma or power beam. Nice. I'll just keep it. Perfect. Really good fight. Actually, really good fight. Those missiles are coming in handy, I must say. Did you hear the small animation that it changed the beam color there when it died and fell down? Interesting. Almost 6 minutes ahead. Great. Alright, sub 2 hours unless something goes really badly wrong here. No jinxing. Stop moving your ass! Dude! 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 What are you doing? What? That makes no goddamn sense. Oh yeah, it's a X-ray burst. What was that, dude? That makes no goddamn sense. There you go. First sub 2 hours for Metro Prime Remastered. What was Metro Prime doing there at the end? I don't even get it. 158 even. Yeah, 158 even. Thanks for the GG's, y'all. I appreciate it. Feels good, man. I jinxed its AI. Yeah, I definitely did. Wonderful Prime dance in the first sub 2 hours. Yeah, it was just dancing around. I don't even know. I was here. Yes, you were here, chat. 13 seconds, thankfully it cost. Yeah, something like that. When you're trying to get a world record, the boss is just sour, please. Yeah. SS was in an area of white where it will skip if it was later in a fight, so it was trying to move away from there before it could start the cutscene and lay the first pull. That never happened to me in my original runs, DHK, so I don't know. That was so weird still. Thank you, Dropmon, for 500 bits. I really appreciate it. Wow, JL. Zeros and 1
GG.
or 1000 bits.
For your sub 2 hours XD.
Thank you so much. Hey, I'm curious about the in-game time. I'm guessing 149, 148 because I died twice for early ice beam. Sub 150 though, that's my guess. 148 possibly. 149. Hey, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Very good, hey. Again, thank you for GG's everyone. Very good. First try early power bomb was absolutely insane. Yeah, I don't even know how I got it first try, but that will be insane to run against. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the run. Thank you for watching on YouTube, and bye. Cool. I got something to upload for later today or tomorrow. I don't even know, actually. Alright, do you wanna be in a tweet chat? Say something cool. First sub 2 hours or something, you know. What's the what's the world record at this run? I got it. Now go for 145. I think sub 150 is possible with the current route. 145, that's reaching. I did even do all the optimal strats. Like, I'm not doing the Hive Mecha skip for Missile Launcher split. I didn't get the skip for Beetle fight in Morph Ball split. Then something else I haven't done in a run. Space Jump took me a minute too. So sub 150, I think it's possible right now with the current strats and route, but 145 is reaching, I feel like. $35 was it? Was it 135? 158.35? Ooh, sick.
JLOOOOO1 cheered. X100, choo choo time XD.
Here's the tweet. Go like it, subscribe to it, watch it, unwatch it, I don't even know. Thank you for 100 bits, JL. I appreciate it. Choo choo time. Oh yeah, the hype train is close, it seems like. Am I going to do doing more runs today? I don't think I wanna do more runs today. I'll do on another day. I think I wanna do something else. Yeah, robbery. It didn't work. I have 3 options, chat. Did I see at some point I just wanted to say screw it and restart the run during this run? Yeah, I think I did or something. I don't know. Or someone said reset or something and I was joking about it. Can't remember. I have 3 options for you to change the chat. I feel like I don't want to do another run for this, but I can play it more. I'll put a ball to run for like 5 minutes, I guess. I'll take a break in as well. So 3 options. Practice some. I called practice or... Yeah, I think practice is like... might be too boring. But I have 3 options for you, chat. I'll keep it on 10 minutes actually. Goal, answer on ball. You missed sub 2. Rip. Yep, I did it. Got it. Let me get something to eat. I'll let the poll decide. I guess I'll watch some YouTube videos in the meanwhile, and I'll go by what the poll says. I can do any of those. I'm in mood for all those. Nice to see new strats. Yeah, I gotta practice some of the new strats. Okay, enjoy the music. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, by the way, the challenge is this. That's the challenge I will be doing. Okay, be right back. Hey, I'm back. There is a YouTube video that was linked in my Discord. I wanna check it out. See how long it was actually. It's 15 minutes. I mean, sure. It's good. Metro Prime Remastered DF Tech Review. An essential buy for Nintendo Switch. I wanna watch this video. Thanks for the GG's formula. Hey, what's up? Seems like good content. I'll check it out. Hello, Lauren, what's up? Okay, I'm gonna watch this video called Metro Prime Remastered DF Tech Review. An essential buy for Nintendo Switch. Yeah, that's good. That's a good spot. And this will be
the original Metroid Prime
part of my
is
break
one of
too.
the most beloved games of all time. Initially released in 2002 for the Nintendo GameCube, Prime took the classic 2D Metroid formula into full 3D, giving Samus an open-ended world packed with puzzles to master and enemies to defeat. It pushed visual boundaries for the period as well, with dense, moody environments and a solid 60 FPS framerate target. Prime has been stuck on standard definition hardware for over 20 years now, with official versions only available for the GameCube and Wii. But that's all changed with the surprise announcement and release of Metroid Prime Remastered for the Nintendo Switch. This new version is essentially a complete visual remake of the source material, retaining
I did a run earlier, Lauren. Now I'm taking a break and I'm not gonna do another run because I'm just tired of doing the same run right now. I need something to change. It seems like the
same
challenge is
basic
gonna
gameplay,
possibly
but with
win the
radically
ball.
overhauled graphics. So in this video, we'll be breaking down Metroid Prime Remastered in depth, covering the graphics tech, control changes, image quality, performance, and gameplay, alongside plenty of comparisons with the original game. Metroid Prime Remastered on the surface seems like a pretty straightforward remake effort. Essentially, Retro Studios and co-developer Iron Galaxy seem to have taken the original Metroid Prime
Metroid is
code
a favorite
and
game.
gotten it to run within
It's
a
so
newer version
good.
of Retro's in-house game engine. The underlying gameplay logic seems very similar, and the game content is basically identical, though we'll touch on some of the differences in playability a little bit later. But Remastered really distinguishes itself with the sheer quality of the visuals on display. The new visual design feels faithful to the original work, but massively expands fidelity and rendering complexity to a level that we rarely see from Switch games. I'm using footage from the Wii version of Metroid Prime for our comparisons, to keep aspect ratios matching between the two games. Remastered's new lighting is its most impressive aspect. The original Metroid Prime's lighting was good for the period, but was very limited by 6th gen console hardware, and tended to look a little bit flat. Metroid Prime Remastered has basically gone all in on a sophisticated baked lighting solution for environmental lighting. There's beautiful light
When
propagation
I'm gonna play again. When this video ends, I'll play more Metroid Prime Remastered. No worries.
through
I'll
each
keep
area
playing
with
the game
very
more.
pleasing balance, subtle shadowing, and plenty of fog. Areas seem much more lifelike now, and the lighting really makes each area look and feel integrated in a way that we really don't see from very many Switch games. The visual design of each area has been updated to really make this new lighting system shine. In a lot of cases, new light sources have been added, and existing objects in the world have been given emissive properties. There's even static volumetric style lighting present in many spots, and even though it doesn't seem to be proper real-time volumetric lighting, it still looks quite convincing. Materials also exhibit accurate lighting response. Metroid Prime has a lot of dense, naturalistic environments, and the stonework, trees, and foliage all look roughly correct. There isn't too much specularity here, but environments like the downed frigate also showcase good-looking reflectivity across artificial surfaces. There is one caveat here though. In the original Metroid Prime, beam weapons cast dynamic lights throughout the environment when you fired them. This did have some limitations. The GameCube hardware didn't support per-pixel lighting, so these effects were vertex-based, which could look awkward at times, but they did make the world feel more reactive to player input. Metroid Prime Remastered mostly lacks these effects. Perhaps this sort of player-driven dynamic lighting wouldn't play well with the game's overall lighting system, or maybe performance concerns meant that this had to be cut. In some smaller corridors, you can see a limited approximation of this effect, but most of the time it's completely missing. Remastered's lighting in general looks beautiful and is a massive step up from the original release, but this concession is worth noting. Metroid Prime's models and textures have also been completely remade for this version. Prime's original asset work looked good for the period, with impressive geometric density and solid texture work, but it doesn't hold up too well to modern scrutiny. The new environments are much more detailed. Models now have a fair bit of polygonal complexity and sport refined textures that work effectively within the game's lighting pipeline.
Think about how much time and effort they put to the original game at 20 years ago when they made it. Then they remastered it and they reworked like literally everything. Lighting, textures, everything. Like that's just insane how beautiful the game is. Might be one of the best looking games on Switch right now, and hands down I think it is.
Every asset from the original seems to have been completely remade to suit the capabilities of the Switch hardware, and a ton of incidental detail has been added. Remastered does do a good job of keeping things in a sort of rough alignment with the original game. All the major bits of geometry from the original game are represented in Remastered, so area designs feel faithful enough even though they've been overhauled with brand new artwork. There's a bit of a cliche about remakes showing you a game as you remember it, but not as it actually was, and I think that sentiment holds especially true here. Everything feels very familiar, despite the massive improvement in fidelity. Most of the novel effects from the original game have been replicated here too. The first-person visor still fogs up and can get covered in guts and electricity. When using certain weapons, Samus's face is reflected in the visor material itself, which is another great touch that's carried over from the original. The helmet interior responds to environmental lighting and is also now affected by player weapons fire too, lighting up as you fire the various beam projectiles. Water behaves in much the same way as the original release as well. Raindrops collide with the player weapon, though this time they leave rain trails on the cannon itself too.
Damn, that's
the
so detailed.
The geometry-based water ripple effect from the original has been replicated, alongside more intricate deformation in smaller pools of water.
Wow.
Surface detail on the water itself looks much more pleasing now, with normal mapped ripples and cube map-based reflections, though the cube maps do fall out of alignment fairly easily.
Isn't water like really hard to like make in a video games? Water is such a interesting like environment to work with. It's hard to like make it look so realistic for movies and games.
Speaking of reflections, I did notice that the glossy domes in the Chozo Ruins area no longer reflect Samus. These surfaces definitely look better in the remake overall with a plausible looking cube map based reflection, but Samus is nowhere to be found. In the original game, this seemed to be based on a simple texturing trick, and replicating this at a suitable level of fidelity in a modern graphics engine would be expensive, so its absence is understandable. Metroid Prime Remastered is at its core a port of the original game, so it makes sense that the animation data from the 2002 release has largely been reused. Enemy animation appears to largely be a match for the source material, and cutscenes basically line up one-to-one in object and camera movement. Mostly the original work holds up just fine here though. It helps that enemies are stylized and have dramatic proportions, so the sort of exaggerated movement with simpler canned animations doesn't feel too off-putting. I did notice some small tweaks as well, like a gentler, more naturally keyframed camera in this cutscene, though some of the awkwardness from the original remains in other scenes. Metroid Prime was renowned for its approach to first-person animation. This essentially revolved around a few subtle touches. Visor movement lagged slightly behind the player camera, for instance, the player weapon bobbed up and down as you moved through each area, and the camera would angle down when jumping to make first-person platforming feel more natural. Some of this hasn't survived the transition into Metroid Prime Remastered. The visor movement is intact, but the weapon bobbing has been toned down quite a bit. As a result, simple traversal tends to feel a little bit less tactile than in the original game. Some extra weapon or camera bobbing would have helped here, though this will come down to personal preference. By default, the camera no longer tilts down when jumping to help with platforming either, though this seems to stem from changes made to Remastered's controls. By default, the game now uses full dual-stick camera controls that basically mirror the control scheme of any other modern first-person game. The lock-on combat system returns, of course, and the fire button is mapped to both the Z, R, and A buttons, but it's otherwise in line with contemporary shooter conventions. That means you have control over the firing position of Samus's cannon at all times, so forcing the reticle to move downwards while jumping would probably feel pretty awkward. The GameCube version used the left stick for traversal and gun control, and you had to lock yourself in place to aim manually, which sidestepped this issue. The camera also doesn't tilt downwards while jumping in the Wii release, so this seems to be a long-standing change to accommodate free camera movement in newer versions of Metroid Prime. If you prefer, you can switch to an approximation of the original control scheme, though the tank controls don't feel particularly intuitive after so many years of standard dual-stick controls in console shooters. On the plus side, the camera tilting is present with this control option, just like the original. You can also swap to a pointer control gyroscope-based option that essentially mirrors the controls used in Metroid Prime's Wii re-release, which is fine, I suppose, if you're into that sort of thing. There's also a final hybrid option.
That's what I'm playing with.
Classic control scheme
I play with
alongside
pointer.
a gyroscope-based free aim mode. Personally, I'm mostly stuck with the dual-stick controls. They felt more natural to me and allow you to explore environments more quickly, without needing to stop and enter free aim.
Little over
Again,
record with
though,
pointer.
the two
Yep.
control options that allow for manual camera control at all times, the dual stick and pointer control choices, strip back a bit of first-person animation for playability.
Six more minutes.
On the image quality front,
Sometimes
Metroid
locking and
Prime
shooting with
Remastered
missile
does
combo
have some
at the same time needs your pointer finger on the right stick. You play dual stick. Yeah, it's a personal preference when it comes to this. I'm really glad Retro added 4 options: classic, pointer, dual stick, then a hybrid is its own, which felt weird. I was thinking I can try it, but I couldn't get used to it. Dual stick would make sense if I wanted to use a Pro controller, but I went with the Joy-Cons and pointer control scheme.
some faults, but the results are pretty good on the whole. The basic resolution figures are reasonable enough, especially when it comes to advanced Switch software. In docked mode, the game appears to render at 900p, with no signs of dynamic resolution in my testing. Portable mode came in at 600p for me, again with no signs of dynamic res. The key caveat here is that Remastered doesn't appear to use any anti-aliasing whatsoever. I couldn't spot any significant treatment on geometric edges. For the most part, this doesn't stand out too badly though in this particular game. Certain real-time graphical features, especially SSAO and shadow maps, would suffer from a lot of aliasing with this sort of setup, but their pre-computed alternatives blend nicely into the image without shimmering or distortion. Most of the environments are pretty light on specular elements as well, which again helps to minimize aliasing in the basic game artwork. There are some spots that do suffer from more considerable aliasing, mostly in metallic artificial structures, but elsewhere the results generally look fine. Performance is very straightforward, which is a good thing. I didn't spot any noticeable framerate dips across my testing, with a locked 60 FPS throughout. Heavy combat didn't cause any issues, even in very taxing particle-filled fights. It's perfectly possible that the game could drop frames of course, but if so, it's quite rare. Portable mode fares much the same, at least judging by eye, with a perfectly smooth 60 FPS update. Remastered really shines in portable play, especially on the OLED Switch model, where
You see that, chat? Retro is the powerhouse. They made Metroid Prime to run on 60 FPS or the original. Sure, the menu is 30 FPS and the credits scene are 30 FPS. Maybe some cutscenes too, but the gameplay is all 60 FPS. Then Remastered is all 60 FPS, except for thermal visor. And menu is 60 FPS too.
the darker hues of the revamped lighting.
And it doesn't drop any
really
frames
pop.
anywhere. That's
The
insane.
mildly sub-native presentation is scarcely an issue. Remastered just looks awesome on a 7-inch screen. Loading times are virtually non-existent
Yeah, that too. Nintendo has a bunch of 60 FPS games. It's just not everything is 60 FPS for them.
in Remastered as well. There is a short initial load, but outside of that and some brief loading cutscenes during elevator rides, there are zero interruptions to the experience. That was famously true of the original game as well to an extent, but you often had to wait a few moments around doors waiting for them to open as the game fetched data, which never happens in the new version. Metroid Prime is still a fantastic game. Traversing through an unknown hostile environment, searching for power-ups and solving environmental puzzles, it all still feels fresh and exciting some 2 decades on. The original game is one of my favorite titles from the 6th gen console era, and everything I enjoyed about it when I played it back in 2003 when I was 8 years old is perfectly preserved here. That does mean that some of the quirks of the original game, like a heavy reliance on backtracking and a slightly unforgiving save system, are intact as well, though in some ways, I think it's a bit of a refreshing change of pace from the hand-holding that we see in most big-budget releases today. The control tweaks at least make the game feel much more in tune with modern sensibilities, so this is the most inviting way to experience Metroid Prime in the modern era. The visual improvements help enormously as well, of course. Metroid Prime is a beautiful
Thanks,
game
get
that
gold.
makes clever use of the hardware to deliver a visually sophisticated experience while
Good
still
luck on a
hitting
birthday.
a rock-solid 60 FPS frame rate target. This is one of the best looking Switch titles that I've seen, and it shows just what the Tegra X1 based console is capable of when carefully catered to in an exclusive title. Remastered feels very true to the source game, despite the massive graphical leap as well, closely hewing to the original visual language while filling out and expanding every conceivable detail. Retro's overall approach reminds me a lot, oddly enough, of Halo 2 Anniversary. That title also took a 6th gen console game and brought it up to a top-class visual standard while still
Wow.
respecting the source material. There are some similar looking environments between the two games as well. If anything, Prime Remastered might even be a cut above that effort, owing to the sophistication of its lighting. Other Halo games, Halo 4 in particular, also feel like good points of reference for the general visual look that Remastered is aiming for, although I do feel that more recent Halo games drew a lot of inspiration from the Prime titles, so there may be a bit of cross-pollination there. As Retro Studios' first proper game release in a very long time, the initial Wii U version of Tropical Freeze launched all the way back in 2014. This is a remarkably accomplished effort that shows the developer still firing on all cylinders. The strength of this game, and in particular the technology that powers it, is of special interest to a lot of people, since Retro is also slated to deliver Metroid Prime 4 after taking over the project some 4 years ago. A lot seems to be up in the air about that particular project, but this level of visual fidelity would really suit a new Prime title. Retro's in-house graphics engine seems to have been significantly enhanced, all the while retaining a firm grip on the 60 FPS frame rate target that has defined the mainline Metroid Prime games. Metroid Prime Remastered is a more approachable, beautifully refined take on the 6th gen original that still manages to hold up as a stunning game on its own terms. Remastered is a top quality modernization of a classic game, and it's well worth your time. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and press the bell for YouTube notifications.
Good video. Good video. I like it. Okay. Now the break is over, and I think the ball won with the remaster challenge. Yep, thought so. Okay, I'll do maybe 2 attempts of this. Maybe even 1. I don't know, but not too many attempts. Do I speedrun casual since enemies are easier, faster to kill? Yeah, I'll take my time with it. I'm not gonna rush stuff. It's really crazy how good quality game on the game. How good quality game on the GameCube was. Yeah, it was. It really was ahead of its time. It's insane. Okay, so what is this challenge about? Type explanation mark challenge in chat if you want to know what is the challenge about. Basically, low person hard mode. I am not allowed to pick up any missiles, any tanks and whatsoever. Only the mandatory pickups, no out of bounds, some stuff like that, and will be difficult. I can say that. Oh, it seems like my sum of best is already sub 150. Seems. Man. This only depends on how good is my... It really depends on how good my ice beam, early ice beam is. I still have a lot more time save everywhere else, but yeah, that's the general thing. Okay, let's get these splits ready. Alright, perfect. Sorry, I'm reading some messages quickly on Discord and YouTube. Okay. Okay, so yeah, basically what I'll be doing is put on hard mode, and I'm not allowed to pick up any E-tanks whatsoever, missiles and so forth. And I try to beat the game. As you can see in the bottom left corner, there's my ammo, the amount of deaths I have had with items, and my personal best, how far I got. So let's get started then. I'll make a YouTube video about that. What I did yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I did some attempts. I might just do one attempt if it gets far. If it doesn't, then I'll do 2 attempts. Completely depends. Do I beat my best or not? This is like sort of like a chill, quote unquote, chill run to do, you know. So I hope you'll be enjoying it. I can take my time with everything. I'll make sure this is off now. There you go. Damn, that only happens in in this challenge. No hard because I can't see my health, then I have to be really carefully listen. Am I on low health or not? I can hear it, but it's really low. Snake. Omega Pirate will be very scary boss, as well as Ridley and Metroid Prime. I don't even know I can even ever beat this challenge, but hey, it's content. Damn, that hurts. Block repeating glitches considered out of bounds. It's not out of bounds. No. Out of bounds is then when you go out. It's out of the room. It wouldn't even help me because I take so much damage against the poison water. And the biggest one is that after the cutscene is over, Blakra might kill me anyway. So that's why I wouldn't do that. It's so quiet. It was a run before that, Lady King. It was a run before that. Not the run that I got sub to. It was, I didn't say in that. Got it.
Evacuate immediately. Evacuate.
That comment would have been really good for a run.
Immediately.
I wish that was the sub 2 hours run that I did. Run, I mean roll. I think hugging the right side of that hallway gives a better chance for the door to unlock right away. Or earlier actually, not right away. But yeah. No low health sound. You can still hear it, but it's really hard to listen while you're fighting. I do agree about the no hard, but how can I make this harder than if I can't see my if I don't want to see my HP? Original game had that if you take off hard, you can see your HP, but in this game you can't decide what you can see, unfortunately. That's kinda sucks. This is cool. I do like the no hard, but I can agree for the viewer experience it's gonna so it's gonna be entertaining as hell. So it's not boring to watch no hard gameplay, you know. Maybe if I add some cool images and videos on stream while we're in a cutscene, I don't know. Okay, just skip the cutscene. Reminding, this is not a speedrun, it's a challenge run. Oh really, Ultra? I never played without HUD in original. I didn't even know it was possible until I saw the world record holder of the game use that. You still want it to be real? Power suit? Damn. Would be great. But doesn't it feel real at all, chat, that we're right now? We don't see our HP. It still gives you low health noise. You can hear that. You can also hear if you don't have missiles. You shoot your last missile, it gives you the sound effects for that too. Recently we were thinking about to play through Metro Prime without any E-tanks to see how far you can go. It's a good challenge. Definitely give it a try on normal mode, but not on hard mode. It's too hard. Yeah, you have nothing in your HUD. No minimap, no radar, no HP, no missiles, no nothing. You can't even know which beam you have on. Yeah, it's really useful when you know where the enemies are when they stop. That's what I use in speedruns. Yeah, basically nothing to work with to make this easier for you. Yeah, it really is ultra. What I'm really glad about is this fight here. I'm gonna try this skip actually, it's a good practice for me. If I get this skip, that's fine. But if I don't, then I'll still do the fight. It's good practice for me to do that in a runs. Missiles, nice. Very good. Keep expecting me to wait for the doors to load and they never do. Yeah, that's the power of Switch. No lock-on could be done as well. Yeah, you could put some. You should be able to put custom images to the face reflection. I don't know, are there any files for face reflection? Would be funny that you see Sans all of a sudden. Sans the skeleton. But no lock-on will be actually really good. Just take off the L button completely from the controller layout. Hold up. I grab that. Yep. I have no missiles. Yeah, gone. Tonnin seteli. Eiks mä antanut sulle tonnin seteli? Se oli tonnin seteli. Se oli tonnin seteli. En mä muista miten se meni enää. Eiks mä antanut tonnin seteli? Okay. Next up, early space jump boots. I might just do this run at them chat. I think I deserve a little bit of break. I wanna play some Overwatch with friends too. That is my reasoning. I will stop earlier. So just one attempt. And it's very possible, I don't know, will it happen, but it can happen, is that I go past supers, I made it to Tardus, then I come back to get Ice Beam and so forth, and I will just not die for a long time until I get to Base and Mines. Base and Mines will be the one where I will actually die. Many, many, many times. That sounds mega hard. It is. I didn't want it to be quote unquote easy, like allowing save points and so forth. Would be at Permadeath if I do any these type of challenges. This looks like a hard trick to pull off. It is tough. It's not the hardest trick in a run. It's just really annoying how landing on this ledge is not that easy. And moving to the wall takes a little bit of time. Okay. Why on the ledge you don't jump right away? There's a push trigger, invisible wall or so. It pushes you off from that and you can't jump through it. You have to get to the wall. Then you can jump through it. Yeah. This remaster looks so cute. It's beautiful, isn't it? I'm so hoping for Prime 2 and 3 remasters, but it's unlikely if the rumors that's been going around are true about Retro dropping these as soon as they're given Prime 4 to work on. Yeah, Prime 2 Remaster will look amazing. Yeah, for sure. Match. They tried hard to make early space jump not obtainable. Attainable. Yeah. They tried, but they failed. Nothing. That's rare. Usually, I mean always they drop something. But this time I guess. music is good. Okay. New Blackra music, one of the best changes. They changed that 20 years ago. I'm surprised many people don't know that the Blackra music for the original Metroid Prime is actually glitched. It's looping in the original version, but it was fixed for the later versions. On the Wii version, it plays like it should. On PAL version, it plays like it should. I don't know about the player's choice, but they fixed it. It was glitched in the original version. Only looping the first 30 seconds of the fight or something. The more you know. Yep. One of those things some people might have not known actually, if they only have played the original Metroid Prime. Yeah, I think the design is cool for it. It actually is solid. Though I think Omega Pirate is still like the best of the best boss fights. Or visually wise. Though we can't disagree that Prime 2 has way better boss fights than Prime 1. When it comes to like actual fighting. And the designs are wow. Especially Quadraxis is like the best boss fight in a series, I think. Maybe in a 3D games, but overall, hard to say actually. More combat focused instead of gimmick. Yeah, for sure. I love Quadraxis. It's amazing. And the intermittent Dark Samus encounters, they're kinda cool too. I feel there were like just too many of those encounters, I'm not too sure. I feel 2 of the encounters would have been great. One in the middle, or as early as Aegon Wastes, then one in a late game, or as the final boss. Emperor Ring is one of your favorite bosses, aesthetically. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. A long boss fight with multiple phases. Kinda like it. Oops. Maybe I should destroy these. Just in case. I'm gonna get touched by one of those and I just die. How's this run going compared to the last one? I'm doing a challenge run, by the way, not an actual speed run. But the previous run I did, it's a new world record. It's up 2 hours. We'll upload it to YouTube. Yeah, the essence was dancing there. I don't even know why, but it made the ending so much more funny than I imagined. I mean, I can easily edit that myself. Or someone can do that themselves too. Okay, this mini boss fight is scary. Let's see what happens. Expected to die here because this is not an easy part. Ah! I don't have missiles. Ah! Ah! I need health. Ah, I missed those missiles. Yep. There you go. Nice. I took 2 times damage there, but I had no idea was I on low HP. It didn't seem like it because I didn't hear a low health sound. I'm expecting to die to the control tower room again from those freaking space pirates. They're tough, man. They're tough. Ah, don't do that. Lizard mama, yeah. Wipe out the ghosts. That tough enemy. Or mini boss. Wow. I thought I managed to kill it there. Alright, here we go. To the lab. Back to the lab, indeed. Good, good. Gotta make sure I'm at full health the whole time. Somehow. Hmm. Alright, next room is the death room, chat. Will I get through it or not? Prediction. I don't know, is there anyone to make a prediction right now? Lovelcorn, what's up? Easy room incoming. Yeah, for sure. Tactical nuke. How many times did this room fail? Twice. I've had two runs. Get to that same room, then I died there because space pirates are tough. Ones that are shooting missiles. Not only that, I have to kill what overall 5 of them was it or 4? But still, yeah, 5 of them. It's 5 of them. First 2, then 3 after that, and man, I don't even know. When I get through that room, I don't have to never go back to that room unless they destroy those crates, which I hope they don't. I guess I'll run the prediction for you, chat. Alright, I'll do it myself. I'll keep it on for 2 minutes. 2-minute poll. 2-minute prediction, chat. Go, go, go. Will I get through this room or not? Did I have to run the prediction? No, I'm running the prediction. I'm telling you, it's not a choke room. It's not a choke room. I've died there twice and I'll most likely die again anyway. And hey, some people like predicting, so may as well have the prediction on for those people. So there you go. I guess in this meanwhile I could go and quickly do this one. Highlight my run. 1 minute. Yeah, I have time to do that. I'm gonna highlight my my run quickly. I'm still streaming, but it should be able to let me do that. Okay, where is the run? wide is this run? I don't even 149 guess, 148 possibly. 149. Hey, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Very good, hey. Again, thank you for GG's everyone. Very good. First try early power pump was absolutely insane. Yeah, I don't even know how I got it first try, but that will be insane to run against. Hey. I hope you enjoyed the run. Thank you for watching on YouTube. And bye. Perfect. Okay, save it so I can put it to YouTube later. Lots of non-believers. Yeah, you better not believe. But the believers will... doubters, you're gonna be sad if I get through this. I'm also expecting to die. I'm already low health. I can hear it. No, I'm so dead. I can't. I need to heal myself somehow. Where are they? Where are those things? Yep. I already knew I was so low health. I heard it, just barely there. Dude, that room is no joke. That room is so dumb. But once I get through that, it will be much better then. I didn't expect to get through that anyway. Especially after I heard myself on being low health. Yeah, bye points. The internet points. What a dumb room, I must say. So it's such a dumb room, dude. But when you get through that, then it's not that bad. And freaking... if I had plasma, it wouldn't be that bad. It will be a super hard challenge. Will the hard even help in that room? No. Like, if I'm low on HP, I'm most likely dead from a single missile that is coming towards me. Doesn't really matter what I do there. I just have to get lucky and try to not get hit. Easier said than done, but that's what I have to do. Either way, I think I wanna be done actually. I don't feel like doing another one. I've already played for 5.5 hours almost on stream. I think it will be a good spot to stop for today. Tomorrow I won't stream. Wednesdays I don't stream. But there will be a YouTube video coming out on my YouTube channel. You should go check it out. I've been putting a lot of YouTube videos up on YouTube lately from this game. Couple more tutorials will be coming out too that are missing from the list. You might recognize them if you've been watching speedrunners, that's what I'm missing still. Either way, I'll be back on Thursday with more Metro Prime Remastered runs. I'll try to get like under 1 hour 15 minutes. Then I'll see how far I wanna push that. But yeah. Then we'll see what else I can do with the game. Or will I switch it around to another game? Let's see who to raid. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you did, don't forget to follow so you know when I go online. If you missed the stream, check out the archive channel. That's where I will put all of my streams from now on. When other leaderboard's gonna be up. I don't know. As far as I'm aware, it should be this week. Might be tomorrow. Might be later today. I'm not too sure. Let's see who else is playing this game besides me. Yeah, there's a few people. I wanna see if I recognize someone. I wanna rate you to them. Well, I recognize one. Might as well rate to them. Densen is playing this game casually. Go say hi to him. And well, he's speaking German in the stream, but I assume he wouldn't mind some English here and there, so yep. So yeah, thanks for watching everyone. I'll see you on Thursday. Bye bye.